Anyway, we're back with Great Ace Attorney. We last left off completing Surseki's trial. Surprisingly, only one day, and we got a not guilty verdict. Whether Surseki might be alive by the end of this, who knows? We were in Sherlock's home. He took off his coat and everything. He looks actually pretty damn dapper. And Susato seems to have seen or witnessed something life-altering because her eyes looked messed up and she was very eager to not talk about anything related to her witnessing of something. Anyway, let's continue. Also, I'm probably going to take a tiny break on the Great Ace Attorney after this case. There we are, we're back. But yeah, like, going from Persona to this over and over again, I feel like I need to add something new to do for a little bit. Because I've got, like, for example, I bought the Advance Wars games. 1 and 2 Reboot Camp for the Switch. Why is my character... I don't know why he did that. But yeah, I like to play that on stream. Even if it's not like a full series, I'd still like to try something new. I like strategy games. I've also got the Fire Emblem Engage over there for Switch, which I've yet to start. Whether or not that'll be an experience or not. I have issues with recent direction of Fire Emblem, but regardless, here we are. Let's turn off this notification thing. Always shows up. Let's see, what case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholm's suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in the fighting fit form. Let's see, what case is it today? Here we go again. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It's just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. Susato. I promise I'll tell you at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he would have completed his voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san if he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, in regards to Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help but wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. Oh, I didn't think we'd even need to talk to her about this. What is it they say? No one stands in the dark can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months ago, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country for now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the Sword of Justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Seki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before. Is he like obsessed with me or something? When he wasn't seen in court for at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Spate. Spate? Spate? Just my luck. Hey, seems rather obsessed with you. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Look at this armband that I just found. On my arm. It means a great deal to me, you know, that you cherish his armband so, and wear it each time you appear in court. Well, it's very important to me. It shows that I'm a lawyer, and whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength. Through Kazuma. Ugh. I absolutely can't be without it, especially if I'm at a critical point in trial. But just the other day, I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit the park. Sometimes I forget to take it off. Okay. Oh, let's go talk to Holmes and Iris. 15th of April, Sholmes Suite. Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. I'm gonna try and go for a more calm voice. Oh god, he's playing the violin. Good morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Bruno? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes, you noticed that, didn't you? Hurley's in his best form this morning, it seems. Ooh, hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Oh, good morning to die, perhaps. God, this is such a mood. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blotched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast, a stipend of coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble. Mayo. Oh, it's the cat from Soseki's room. Oh look, it's Wagai Hai. Wagai Hai. Huh. Wonder what that means. Good morning, boy. Meow. That must be some sort of tiny door that for cats to use. How did it get there?
Well then, everyone, it's time for breakfast. Oh, how wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. I guess the title of this stream should have been Sholmes has seen something. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. The giant machine. The analytical machine. Wanting to die. You seem very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like dawn chords. Its melodic-sonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now the muses are unamused with me. The goddess of music has thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even, through the nights I've endeavored, but to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals for this unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry. I'm sure it'll come back to you in some time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they are unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Gah! Why is this happening to me? If they take turns I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Okay. Deduction perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for?
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk is looking rather empty today.
Well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale in significance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's great analysis scope? That's at Windy Banks now.
Sorry? It's at Windy Banks?
Nope, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery.
What? You mean you pawned off that enormous machine of yours? It had some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. We would have gladly passed what little income I had to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker had your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary to me. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, What's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said that we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokers are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in turn, they are able to trade happily throughout the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using money that they've earned. I had no idea. That's a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And they should have money to spare. They would have purchased another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Bank, you see?
The pawnbrokery can be thought of as extremely secure vault.
Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns off things that he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world's dead to me now.
Wakahai? Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled in his new home, then. Oh, yes. And I've become very attached to little old Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are as empty as the hearts of the muses. Very long cat.
If Mr. Natsume has no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy's adorable.
Meow. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing a tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed. You're very observant, Runel. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What? What is that?
I call it the Flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right, I can make the cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And I can do it all. And it can do it in any door at all. No matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have just been quicker to make a cat flap rather than making a machine that makes the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe. But I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door into our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Well then. Meow.
Oh, what is that?
Wakahai? What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin. I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What is he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin.
Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is more accomplished musician than I now.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damages. The damage. So this is the violin, isn't it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. Doesn't look like anything special to me. It happened upon I happened upon it when I covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down at the nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. Until today, it has been my most faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have ever made. I assure you, is there a reason to live in the world? I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music, to tolerate a blanched existence? No. There is none.
Mr. Sholmes.
What is it, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Miss Susato?
Oh, Susie's right! This. The tone of the wood is completely different. That's not all. There's no crack in it here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Then what?
I believe it is an entirely different instrument. It's called a viola.
What? What?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right?
You're right. You're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then.
I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
It's just a simple mix-up.
I was like, Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened, so let's ask her. Now, this is a little bit of a roundabout way to get through dialogue. What do you mean by mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windy Bank until last week. At the pawnbroker's?
Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There's a proverb from the East in which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
Ah, yes, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in hopes that it would gain experience from personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea!
Last week, I pawned my great analyoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But when it would appear that Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with a tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by a hollow trumpet of a piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it had just strings. Pshaw! A great state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fill you every time.
But earlier you told us that you could think of the pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
Yeah. Back and forth we do this, don't we?
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere.
Sorry? Crunching your toasts with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee subs obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct? And considering the urgency of which he faced?
We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokerage at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mr. Susato. Without a moment's delay.
But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs.
My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an extremely vacant aspect, to fresh your eggs ever so much more obtusely.
Alright, say no more, let's go then. Don't worry, Runa, I'll be happily heat it up for you later again.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like. Alright, off we go then. Hold on, let's actually present our badge to Sholmes. I must stop you there, Mr. Naruhodo. Unofficial it may be, nevertheless a professional. I couldn't examine such a humdrum item. But anything less than £5. Oh, no, I didn't really want you to examine it. I just wanted to ask if... My dear fellows, as a professional consulting a detective, I couldn't possibly venture an opinion. But anything less than £5.
Are you perhaps hoping to purchase a new telescope in the near future, Mr. Sholmes?
Indeed I am. As you know, it's long been an ambition of mine to discover a new star and name it for myself. Because your earthly stardom isn't enough.
I
wonder what would happen if I went through all those dialogues again, because he's clearly packed up now. This place is starting to feel like a real office. My place is great detective, how its dream come true. Baker Street, oh, bustling city place. London is a fantastic place. Let's go back. Let's go to Baker Street. Ooh. Look at all the different things in the window of the shop.
Ah, that is Windy's Bank, the pawnnery.
It looks so much smarter than the pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it?
Yes, you're quite right. I find the pawnbrokers at home are rather unapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodging here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected it would turn out like this.
Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself in the court of law now, I will have not one regret.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm happy to defend you, of course. Doesn't appear to be anything else. Alright, this is probably going to be a thing later on. Okay. 15th April, Windy Bank, pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery?
Oh, way! There's tons of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid my eyes on before.
Susato-san. And that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression that you enjoy places like this.
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill to me.
My dear fellows, let's not forget why we're here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
We're calling on matters of business, not pleasure. Well, Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, welcome back. Did I hear that? Did you hear that brazen welcome? Oh, yes, there are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo. It's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come! Let's fight! The fight is afoot. Oh, God. Damn it. This is a very gross baggery look to him. Naturally, you will recall this which I received from you days ago. Yes? This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different, it has holes in it, and it's not even the same size.
Oh, a wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, and an inexcusable mistake of a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. Okay, holy shit. Oh my, okay. Okay. Dude. Jesus Christ. The fucking way just runs back, grabs it, looks back at it, and then just puts it to his head. What the fuck is going on? I have to take my own life. I don't think that'll be necessary, don't you? If I say just one thing before I pop off.
Yes?
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry?
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch the violin when I heard, "Ah, there it is."
You did?
And when I returned to the controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that blame lies firmly on my door for allowing you to leave. So I will not grumble or grouse any longer. May I die? Don't die with me.
No, 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 no! Stop, my dear fellow! The fault is mine!
Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, seriously, dude. Holy shit.
It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you're right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my most challenging customers. I needn't remind you of a particular collection of items that brought through my door in the past.
Oh, particular items?
Put in the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of the eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? An unpublished... A story I've yet to read, you mean?
Ah, forgive me!
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more.
Jesus Christ, guys. Let's just calm down, can we? Jesus Christ, this guy's... Is this just a sales thing? Is he, like, making this up to make us, like, more worried and willing to buy crap? He can't have gotten this far in life with this disposition.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susada-san's really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbag. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Sherlock Holmes. I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? I indeed do. For I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale is of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? I lied to get money. Do I sense someone that doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life! This is all very strange. God, this fucking guy. I wonder if I could ask you something. Ah, gentleman of the East, I see. Yes, that stable shoot, I suppose I offer you a 6p for it? Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Ah, but for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 Guinness, no less. The colours are exquisite. The design, erotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, I must say.
Oh my, 5 Guinness, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you more about your business. I heard that it's a pawnbrokers are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of our customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan for 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are safely returned. Are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before 2 months have passed, then?
That's right, ma'am. That's right. Which means that some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should the customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk about demise so casually. This is a man who's been telling us all day it was a good day to die. Only this morning. Let us not forget that I've already helped you take measures to ensure that such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device that Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. It's not... Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? What's that deep sigh about? What on earth is the red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I don't see them in this image, so... I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with 100 pieces of celluloid film. I wonder where the mad is going to take place. And every 30 minutes precisely, this camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Ah, yes, a print of the camera set the record as activity at the shop counter. Jesus, I am having trouble reading today. As every day I do. I developed a special type of film so sensitive that it produces crystal clear image, even in the darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. You see, you are someone. Were someone to enter this premise with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that this photographic print were made in 30 seconds or... Oh my god, why is autoplay on? I didn't even press F! I guess I clicked autoplay by accident. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taking at 30-minute intervals? Indeed you say... As you say, my dear madam. Oh my god, I'm terrible at this. Then what if the incidents were to occur between those times? One would say that it would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause of distress as of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank? Surely they aren't anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. Like the cost of the film, sir. Oh, you most gracefully placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for now on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, don't you think so? My dear fellows, we're on the verge of an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heavens help us. Holy Jesus, motherly God. Now then, Mr. Holmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps this might mark the end of peculiar items you try to pop. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet. No one else but myself could be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you, then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Appears to be the case.
Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you've heard of things in your own country?
Oh my, yes, but certainly never one so large before.
Shall we listen a while?
Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels.
I've never heard something like this. I've never heard anything like this before in my life. This peculiar specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside which the notes are being played on are recorded. By simply replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
My goodness, what a simply delightful machine.
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the recent development of the gramophone, of course.
Ah, science and technology advance so much at such an overwhelming pace. What an assortment of things are on the shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, watches, almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are for forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, you pop an item. The broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item in an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he's free to display it in his shop for sale at the price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing a little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn the black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. Okay. This is the desk. Look at this enormous ledger open on the counter here. Mr. Windybank is, if nothing else, very peculiar about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself in all sorts of trouble. Trying to explain the thing that catches my eye more than the ledger. This revolver here. It's only one bullet apparently, so that's probably going to be a point of interest. Do not entertain the single thought of pilfering the article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with speed, belaring his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out? Indeed. In recompense for his blunder. You guys... Oh my.
But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
I don't know. How could he? There seems to be some little door hidden behind the curtain here. That leads to the storage room where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any Larinos activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. My business is to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither cared for nor wish to retain.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder.
And the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. God. Even now, where's the record box? Because every pawn shop has records. Every goddamn one. Ah. I tried to click the thing. It always happens in this one. Oh god, that's the pair from the last trial. Got calendar.
Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereo, amazing.
It's aptly named, I assure you. You look through these eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I'd be delighted to. Excuse me for a moment while I have a look.
Just before you do, there's something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, the stereoscopathically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
All right then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once.
All right then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Yep. Whoa, hello. What the? I don't believe it. It should have fucking like print, but it feels like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. Often found in little stalls at the park, people queued for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, too far complicated to explain at present. Shall we save the lesson for another day?
Oh.
Uh-huh. That's not a calendar you can easily miss, is it? April 15th. That's today's date. Yes, it's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. Perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, we agreed a storage period has passed without repayment. Articles are forfeited, you see. So I've kept a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes, I see you're very dedicated to your job.
Alright, let's check this.
3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charm?
Dearie me, have you not seen the sign before? No, never. 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, a universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. Ah, I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound.
Oh, well, what significance do these 3 golden balls have? Does it have some special meaning?
I don't fucking know, of course. It is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant, even. You mean you don't know?
look at this. Whatever could this be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah. There's a small catch here. Look. We're going to open it.
We're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing. It's some sort of spring-locked mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. Hmm? What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing! No, nothing at all! Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this somewhere. What? Only a tuppence? That ain't fair, and you know it. This article is barely worth a penny, miss. I can't afford more. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over the counter.
Come on, that can't be right. Have you...
Oh, it's the gal, isn't it?
Come on, that can't be right. Have you ever had a proper butcher's at it?
That's all. I've seen all there is to see, young girl. There she is. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh, yes. It's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago.
Yep.
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust amongst the large crowds of relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket.
And she shot smoke at people.
God, Gordon Bennett, you lot. Hello, Mr. Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do you?
Well, I remember you being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So, what you doing here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come back to pop a black weasel? Sorry coat, have you?
Sorry, what about the black uniform makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole the experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
So you have something of value to pawn, do you? Let me see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winback on your behalf.
Pull the other one. I don't need your help for some stuck-up D. Get on my business. Go on, I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. Okay. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is this thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend that we aren't here. We shan't be offended. We shan't be offended in the slightest.
Susada-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Well then. First of all, before we somehow lose her. Would you have a look at... That's strange. Where's my armband gone? Nice, it's actually re-referenced.
What's the problem? There's something wrong, don't suppose. You're looking for this?
Yes, but how? And when? And how again? I really wish I could do this quite well. I can do it, but very slowly. It's my middle and my ring finger that I can't control very well when it comes to it.
I got talent for it, haven't I? Diving?
That's bordering on black magic. And makes what I'm about to say about my arm bag a little less dull.
So what do you want to tell me about it then?
Somehow, I didn't think that you were the sort of person to use as pawnbroker, Mr. Lestrade.
Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like anybody else. That's the problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. You think probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it off the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your chavvy face. Over your chavvy chase.
Chevy? Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how to best answer that, really. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, I swear. This thing belongs to me.
This disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about this.
Mr. Windybank, what exactly is the metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on the surface.
This is a music disc, you see, for the inside of a music box. A music box?
What? You don't know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions of the metal disc encode the tune that it plays inside the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the music to go, and the machine going, and the beautiful music plays.
So incredible. Tell us, what's the tune on the disc?
Well, yeah, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music boxes, you see, the British-made, German, Swiss. I'd have no way of knowing what particular machine this disc was made for.
I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forwarded it. I really am offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a pack of lies. He told me, did he? Said it was, well... Eh?
He? He who?
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's it. That's all. The disc is worth lots of money, good money. I know it is.
Well, then you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Ah!
She's been here before, of course. This little tattered Mallean. Let's see. And bought some dubious article or other with her every single time, might I add.
Dubious? What you saying? Trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only that was quite that simple. Sorry, I need to figure out something. Damn it! Damn it! Ah. Yeah, obviously. But if only it was that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? When she actually bought it in was a storage ticket.
Ah, storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and in her interest. I was obliged to return the article to her.
What was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybank.
The little scamp was wearing it, madam.
The overcoat she redeemed? Oh. Well, what's wrong with it? It fits, doesn't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So what about the disc then? How does that come into all of this?
Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree to a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
This heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as this little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through her pockets.
Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then exactly, ma'am.
Then she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price, as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn off something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Me. Doesn't appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. I definitely think that she's the Mason's daughter. Out of the way, please. Out of the way, please. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Jesus Christ, this is a killer. Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There's no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. I like this verse. Well, if you are an imprudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Huh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? Haven't you the courtesy to remember the faces of your victims, it seems? What do you mean? From you? Broker?
Yes.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now.
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give it back. Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Needless to say. Any music box discs too? No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. It's now mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps it would be best to hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Okay. Miss Lestrade, what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't ever laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? The ticket you bought here just now.
What? No! I swear to it! I swear to God!
It was barely an hour ago I was walking down the street minding my own business. This little gutterling ran into me and I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself, those wretched pickpockets. I wonder. Have a good stream. 100 views for. Yeah, I'm not having that. Hold on. I mean, thanks for the message, but it's obvious that's an advertisement. Not very happy with that. Kind of annoying as well because I don't know how long that's been there. Just delete it so I can't exactly see, but I'll see in the VOD. Annoyingly, that's going to be there in the VOD. Ugh. Don't advertise on the VODs, please. Just, I'm pretty sure. Is that in the rules down there? I'll make sure it is, because that's there. It just doesn't feel right. I feel like I've got self-promotion. Don't do self-promotion down there. But anyway. Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of imperceptible style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back-slummed scoundrels. Now then, relinquish thy know the code. Ah. Come now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on! Why does everyone think it's me? Look at this dandy chub. And you think that I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but nobody's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I stole something, eh? Come on, let's have it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
What?
Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman?
Of course. We only need to consult Mr. Winterback's ledger to know the truth. Should be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place.
It's brilliant. What's his name again? Did he tell us? No, not yet. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers for names. It's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how do you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir. Might I trouble you for a watchword associate with an article in question?
Of course. It's Professor.
Yes, that's right. All the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without a doubt.
A watchword. Interesting. So about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank.
It's, as I explained, I never ask a customer's names when they deposit items with me. But there are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes right now, was it? Great detectives have no great secrets. Did you say that? That doesn't really make sense to me. No dark secrets, not at all. Well, yes. Anyway, that's why I've asked for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like a secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. Date, the deposit, the description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, when I give the storage ticket to the customer, when someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. If someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's further room for doubt. There's no further room for doubt. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you? Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of a place. The inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps, anyway. If you are gentlemen, sir, you may offer your name first before inquiring after a name of another. Oh, of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba, and I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Fuck you. Fuck you. Enchanted. So refined how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now that the matter at hand... Oh my god, just stop. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. God, it's really did that song, huh? So, let's put an end to the matter. And thank you for the custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Such a reasonable rate of interest, might I decide to come back? This is why I hate grown-ups. Just cause I'm a driver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, Brogo. But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh, dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. Disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutling, where are you hiding what's most rightfully mine, are you?
Says who? I know nothing about it.
Very well. And I will bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
Ah! What do you think you're doing, little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Oh my, yes. There's blood on the disc.
It's all because of those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them.
I found it first, right? It was mine. I mean, it belongs to the old man. So, you're not having it. Oi, you take it.
Me?
If you hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep it hold of it.
This Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars.
What do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? I'm gonna go look for Mr. Sholmes, aren't I? There he is. Of course. So Winback is clearly at a loss here. To do something about this before he reaches for his revolver of his. Just instantly. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at the mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm this down. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. But to do something quickly. Sherlock! I'm scared. What are you examining with such keen interest there? Why are you enjoying a bar of caramel, I see? So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After all, that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in a jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinket in this desolate place. Whilst, as you screwly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? How could you? I was lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard as much from your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you?
Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you solved the entire case once again.
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, where my genius for deduction to be commoditized. Jesus, these words. How much could I pawn for it? It seems Mr. Sholmes has another of his flashes of inspiration. Who knows if it'll help resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Might as well do it. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear that you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, and you gents supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later.
Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Wait a minute, this guy's face really reminds me of, Agent York from, Deadly Premonition. It really looks like it. Zach, do you hear that? Mr. De Eggs Benedict, you have my eyes and veritably eclectic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, you are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to the pawnbrokery today is something that you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation. One you will orchestrate with the intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? It's turned white as a hard-boiled egg.
It would seem that once again Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Oh, just who do you think you are, sir?
As I had hoped.
That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for.
So, shall we begin? It is time to come to yet another Sherlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Let's go. This is a bit awkward because it goes through the entire thing once and then makes you go through it again, but with pauses. First of all, we must ask ourselves what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having the redemption ticket stolen from you on the streets. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something far more different. As revealed by which you hold in your hand. Yes, you bought this to your shop. In the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement for this very shop. Even yet you are most unobservant would realize that a man of your appearance is in no need of such employ. In other words, there is an ulterior motive of which your actions. The cane of which you are unwittingly crutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction.
What an utter rot! I've had this cane for years.
The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferruloid. At the end of the walking cane should be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis of the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Dude. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir? Is something wrong? Well, yes, You're recoiling. You inadvertently facilitate the answer of our next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind the rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you have evidently liked to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle you see. For the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, it's no walking cane. No, it's that rod. Is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are
Are you insane? And now, having determined the undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
Alright. Guys, give me a moment. I'm going to get a drink real quickly from my fridge. Right.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pondary with a broken shovel? On what earth do you propose that I could find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save the further fanciful theory. But what possible reason could I do what you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are not only too aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your fugitive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig under its floor. The answer is revealed by the console notice on the counter, which your eyes have inadvertently drawn. The letter which gives notice of public work to be carried out in a local area. And the according enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage work. Beneath this shop runs sewers that will join to another, one that runs underneath the bank on the opposite side of the road. This is madness. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath your feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in the very close proximity to the great vault of this financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a masterful plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery at the time. Master plan? Which brings us to our final chapter of this lucid scheme. With what plunder did this thief hope to make off with from the underground vault of this bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present my rather interesting piece of evidence. You see this picture postcard? It tells us what we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently, it's the final stages of preparation. The Great Exhibition is soon to be underway. The government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating. The theft of which sits on the vault in the vault of the bank, the special reserve funds of the Great Exhibition. Fuck.
Of course, the top priority, please, for information, so keep it under your hat, please. Oh. And thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of pawnbrokering puzzle. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I impressively unbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness. Would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank across the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it's one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact.
Ah, and it's such a big secret. How would Mr. Benedict have come and found out about it? There can be one explanation for that. Clearly, it's because this man is a criminal. But what if he doesn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does. Now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will? He's already has plenty of shovels in there after all.
On my life, I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. A sensitive information is to be handled with utmost care. One can never be too sure what someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea!
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure.
Yes, let's listen to the great deduction again. See if I can massage it into shape. Very well, let's start once more at the beginning. Of Sherlock Sholmes' magnificent, logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Mystery man's aim. First of all, you must ask ourselves what your business are. Claim to pickpocket here. And what amongst the lines of something different. You feel by holding your hand, yes, it's what a staff recruitment flyer. So, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning. Mr. Benedict came here to apply for a job so he could dig down into the floor?
Yes, in an attempt to tunnel to the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault in the bank across the road. But wouldn't he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he?
No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where and why. What did Mr. Benedict here at his particular... What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh? Look at the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scuffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade.
Goodness.
There's even a sketch of her hat and all. Although it shows it to be her, she's fired and smoke grenade. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire a smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windybank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, Redemption Lane, 15th April. Today's date. Well, Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of the piece of paper.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place? It's the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer certain pertain to a pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. Ah! You originally told us that you merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veined lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you to here today, by which I mean here to Windibank Pawnery, and today the redemption deadline for that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. Ugh! And you've gone to some lengths to try and hide the reason for your pursuit of Mr. Lestrade. In other words, there are some other ulterior motive for your actions. The cane of which you have clutched holds a contradiction. It's the tippy tip of the nub. Nope, it's the initials on it. What's furlude? It's a metal cap commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. That bit makes a nice clacking sound on pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears that they're missing on the cane. It doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's something secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we not know. Look here, Miss Sato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So, Sherlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials of this cane are obviously... Oh. AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. Most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. And yet, the most possessive manner you have in your grasp the cane that bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction, indeed. Would you not agree? No! You're wrong! This cane isn't... You said before that you had the cane for years. Ah! Don't try to tell us that you borrowed it from a friend or found it at the park. In short, you thought to hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? In your recoiling, you have inadvertently facilitated the answer to the next conundrum at present. Namely, that the truth around the rod you bear. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle of which evidently conceal the understanding the riddle. Consider the bare bones of what happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed the fine-looking overcoat, and now the mysterious man appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and is claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. We all know he identified Miss Lestrade with a written description, which suggests that everything he told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Has he been added? Yeah, he has. Egert Benedict? Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seams are already breaking apart. It's suspicious. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so baldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ah! This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal an article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windybank. From Mr. Windybank. Ah! What really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Absconded with a redeemed item. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For now, we must expose the details of this elaborate crime that you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman designed a wheeze to flinch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in a proper manner using my watchword? Had it not been on the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the irrelevant details? Nisipas. Oh, but the watchword can be deciphered. As you are the only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your fugitive glance telling more than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what might come from learning the watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the count of which your eyes are inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into sewers. It is a pity because it sounded all rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that the mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Exactly, Professor. If you didn't know the watchword, Mr. Watchbank would have never allowed to redeem that item. Or looking at it another way, if you did know the word, Mr. Windybank would allow you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found out the watchword somehow? Look at this, Mr. Sato. It appears to be a memo from Mr. Windybank has scribbled himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windybank must make notes of his watchwords the customer give him right before their eyes. And it's an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see. I just want to see what he talks about when it comes to this. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. Yes, fully loaded and with one bullet, he said. It would appear that being a pawnbroker is a very life or death profession. That might just be this particular establishment. Ugh.
Take that!
What? The method is revealed on the notelet on the counter which your eyes are inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks for the customer's watchword and notes it down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults a ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present at the shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windybank. Then the diligent broker made the note of the watchword as is his common practice. You observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal a pawned article from the young Lestrade.
Master plan?
Water.
Which brings us to the final chapter of this lucid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem a particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? Well, this ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less the worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. See this picture postcard? It's all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc. That was in one of the pockets. And according to Mr. Windybank, it isn't worth a penny. And yet the man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder perhaps we already have the evidence that we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo? Could we? Really? But have a look. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck to the reverse side of the disc. Look, it scribbled a word or two. It looks like somebody's name. McGilded. For a McGilded? McGilded? Couldn't it be?
But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget as long as I live.
But why? Why is his name here on this? Oof. Look at all these little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, and protrusions are called pins. So they stuck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, you can see a small amount of blood. Yes, that's the blood from the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pins scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're getting grabbed from... when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ouch. Just thinking of that about it hurts. Really puts me off eating radish.
Take that!
You see, the music box disc tells us what we need to know. What's this on the back? It reads for Mr. McGilded. For McGilded. Ah! Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in a curious circumstances in the Old Bailey 2 months ago. 2 months? Jesus, we've been here a while. A prominent man in the London, though his mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He's precisely the right size of the overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Ugh. Your true identity remains to be shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Miss Magnus McGilded. Ah! Ah! Should I give him an Irish voice? He hasn't spoken Irish, so maybe he's hiding it, or like he's gotten rid of the flair to it. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary, my dear fellow. Well, well, Mr. McGilded. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a game I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Susato.
Well, according to what Mr. Mindybank told us earlier, today was the final day of which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today is precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today's the 15th of April, so 2 months ago, today,
Would have been 15th of February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger.
deposited at 10:30, you see.
What? But that suggests...
Yes, 15th of February is precisely the day in which the Omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time in which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is a word, not a word I would have... It would seem... is not a word, the word. It would seem that the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Okay, I must insist you hand over the music box disc now.
Okay. It would be a terrible shame to return to your native land in a box. What to do?
Probably need to hand it over, right? Probably, right? It's probably going to be a hand it over situation, but... No, shoot me! Shoot me! There's some things a man must protect at all costs. This may be one of those times. Then again, it may not. Hold it!
Mr. Windybank.
This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I would have to take my own life.
Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Yep. I had a feeling he'd come. Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our delicate emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now that we're... What's this all about, eh?
Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was a moment away from forfeiting my own life at the hands of my own establishment.
It would seem you have the upper hand. Jesus Christ, dude.
Right, you have a lot of explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windybank nearly met his end.
Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet its end if you don't get the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on.
What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much. No matter. I've nothing to share with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're going to have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Ah! He's getting away! After him, lads! We shall... the beat officer, too. Sir, There's been there's a spate of death thefts at the pawn shops around here recently. We've fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's been trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a second. For a while, very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning.
Oh, yes?
I'll be taking whatever it is off Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. Hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. It's mine.
Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so, we handed Mr. McGild's disc back over to Inspector Gregson. We were summarily just turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Well... Save current progress. This game has created a lot of questions, and I'm hoping that they all get put together in this final trial. This final case, rather. 15th April, Baker Street.
See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take your stuff away from you.
Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh, surely you were given that.
Yeah, the D let me keep it after I looked daggers at him long enough.
He went through the pockets and said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scarper. Always pays off having people look at you, look like you ate them.
I can't help but feeling like that's going to get you into some serious trouble someday.
What I really wanted was the nice shiny disc, mind.
The music box disc. But Mr. Windybank said that it was practically worthless.
I think I'm going to go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare.
I think not, Mr. Strad. We shan't enter Windybanks again today.
Why not? That's not fair.
It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking statements from Mr. Windybank.
But the disc is mine. I had the ticket for the coat and it was in the coat pocket. There should be something else, I know. That's what Rotten Clothes said in it.
Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he?
Oh then, that's mine too, whatever it is.
She's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat here. You've had a haul for the day. You've had your haul for the day.
Yes, and it's all your fault, Miss Sholmes.
So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening?
Eh?
Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with some modest violin recital. No, Tar. Oh.
How would I come around to your place? Have you lost your meds or something?
Oh dear, she's gone. Having revealed on me is quite unnecessary, I might add. Having reviled on me is quite unnecessary, might I add. I can't help but wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set place for a potential guest at our dinner table this evening.
And one more thing. I would be glad of company. I would be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You will have to wait and see, Miss Usato. Until later, then. I didn't actually examine this place, did I? Well, is there anything new? What to do? Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already? Yes, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it? And what an English gentleman you've trailed off there, Susato-san. Sorry, when I thought it through and through, I realized it's not all that true, actually. I simply don't feel any Britishness has rubbed off on you. Nor you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because... Yes, I know, without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. I wonder how Susato would look in a Western clothes. It'd be interesting to see. It's spring at last. The weather is warmer now. I do love the smell of fire and the steam rising up from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Mr. Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright now. The green tea Susato-san makes for me from time to time. Irish's unique herbal blend infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. Oh my god, sign me up. I'm not a fast fan of green tea, but holy crap. Tea paradise? Hell yeah. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? Tea cakes? I don't know what that's referring to. It's not biscuits, right? The spade's been here since we started renting this place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. Classic stepladder conundrum. So this is a tea set that Susato brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my top cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Yeah, true. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it if you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face, so... Ah, the Daruruma doll I brought with me from home. Still only one eye colored in. I said I'd color in the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. It just feels as though I'm lacking as a lawyer. I'll tell you what. Why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. I've only been here in London for 2 months, but my desk is already starting to look messy already. You could tidy it up once in a while. Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for having to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to a same cause. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time could be better spent doing on some simple housework. She wins, but I'm supposed to be a lawyer here. Do you know, I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. I've never even peeked inside. I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know?
Whatever you say, young maiden. We're rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing quite well. And the anemones, too. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? See the sea behind glass inside your room. Another great example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great, though, is it? This must be the telegram. Let's see.
Ah! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstance.
All right, I won't.
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times.
Put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. I think that's all. Maybe the window? No? Yep, that's everything. Alright. Sorry about that, I just like exploring. Let's go to Shom's suite. 15th of April. Almost 15 to 4. Shom's suite. A quarter to 4.
Ah, Susie and Reno. Come in, come in.
Good afternoon, Iris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, you don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Business is busy as always?
I am preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh yes, after all. We'll be having special guests joining us. And guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers shining.
Oh dear, it's awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't it exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, it's wonderful news.
Wow, Iris seems overjoyed by the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional.
Oh yes, that does sound like fun.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to?
Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since we got back. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry?
I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave.
As you can see,
I'm not here.
I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. He gets like this. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really, he behaves as a child sometimes. Hurley does.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have some sort of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are.
What's the matter, Bruno? You have such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How? How did you...
Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book.
Ugh, this girl's dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. You can ask me anything. I don't mind.
Feels like we're just ping-ponging from different place to place and not really... We don't even know what's, like, actually going to be the case here. Ginny. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from Mr. McGilded's case 2 months ago, right?
Yes. She who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after the trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a wonderful, lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chased her down. And I chased her after her down the back alleys.
An interesting idea of friendship.
And then I have her. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I developed. Oh. There are many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, but I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been so long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she actually does come.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it's crossed my mind. That and where's your real parents?
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She didn't mention that before.
He wrote them down. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in that middle case over there. Chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all?
So you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner who tackled some of the most taxing cases? Oh yes. I mean, it was always fun to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look into the chest. That only made me want to look more, so I opened it up.
And you found your father's memoirs?
Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me that's when I found the author of those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner.
I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came to quite a shock when Hurley told me that he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
It must have done.
I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young an age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh. Well, having lived with Hurley after all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all the thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything as soon as he solved the case. It vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot the case he'd solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone.
You can say that again.
So you share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. My daddy's Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see.
Uh-oh, are we gonna start remembering?
That's what prompted me to study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Father's Iris went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson.
Uh-oh. The court will now hear the trial of Rinosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. A visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yumi University. The man who, in a most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life before we left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, it's good to see you. Ah, Mr. Holmes. Jones. Wherever did you not make your presence known to me before? Ah. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? Hmm? My violin? What are you talking about, dear madam? Hmm? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. Not just another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence in Mr. McGilden's disc. Oh my! And then, what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may very well be more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'll be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo can be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such a beautiful handwriting, she could write all our medicine crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend that this conversation never happened, I think. God, you really do just ping-pong between different ideas, don't you? Also, that's not the right music disc. It doesn't have blood on it. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. So, and that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I carry some of this. That's a bar of chocolate? Of caramel, Mr. Sholmes? It's your one and only friend at times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking whatever that is of that down to Mr. McGilden's. Of Mr. McGilden's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. Whoa. If the police demand something of evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I don't understand. It was precisely at that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into the pair of bars like this. That's amazing. And the disc and all of its minuscule protrusions have made an image into the caramel. Indeed, the caramel is quite exceptional. I've developed a taste myself, you know. Suitably soft and making impressions, but resistant to melting. As a result, it is precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these around on one person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. One simple press and the uniform is duplicated. You can enter anyone's house at will and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, that sounds legal. Very illegal. from the image, I was able to recreate this. I confess I was most curious about the manner of the music would issue from the disc when played. Music from the disc.
What music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you quite familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Bruno?
I do know, because I've got multiple on my shelf over there. Yep, there's a bunch of prongs set at different note variables. And they get twanged by the protrusions in the metal cylinder. Or the disc in the other music boxes. And it says you turn the cylinder, it will move at a constant speed. No matter how well, I suppose you can try and go super fast. However, it'll twang notes as the protrusions go by at different levels here. That's how you make sounds or music from it. All through a little crank.
Inside the music box, there's a special piece called a comb, which produces the sound. Small protrusions pluck different teeth at the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. First, the music box to be invented was using a rotating cylinder with protrusions on it.
And it's still used to this day. But over time, a new type of player was produced that uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide. Around the globe. All around the globe.
Why exactly?
Because the discs are easy to reproduce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing on different tunes. There are many great films in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present.
But it is very success of this invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box in particular this disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite retractable. See, so that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc on a few music boxes I have at disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The result is equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all music boxes made in Europe.
Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far.
But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant of my constitution. Surely all the different types in Europe would amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that's certainly true in the worst case. I shall just have to ask you to vindicate the attic room. What? Get out. I need space. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I'd expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case.
I be burning alive!
Mr. McGilded perished within hours of that trial's conclusion. It smells like roasted Irishman. It smells good. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows. Still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence was remained. How was nobody able to put it out? Jesus Christ, guys. You suck as firemen. And with the man's death, the truth of the murder, which he was so intimately involved with, was buried. Even though we established Mr. McGilded's innocent for the trial, the newspapers were still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery, and we have no idea what truly happened that night. Although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if it was the right judgment or not. It would appear that this case is not yet closed. I'm yawning a lot today. Well, I think it's time to we started getting everything ready for dinner, I think. Goonies will be here before not long. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Keep adding words. Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, help. You must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I will investigate the conundrum of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with a pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me. Something Mr. Windebag sent before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes.
Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in the storeroom, hence was his words.
So you heard about that, didn't you? I expected that you were as intense as I was. Oh, yes.
Incensed.
The idea was of such a wonderful story languishing in the Mr. Windybank's storeroom is gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you yesterday. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, and more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was it safe and secure?
Well, there was maybe an occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took for me to write the Bakersville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds exciting. The Hounds of Bakersville's. I would love to read it.
What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hounds of Bakersville's, but how could you know the full title? Well,
That's because Miss Susato is a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course.
But Bruno, the Hound of the Bakersville has never been published.
What?
When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand.
That's why he said he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript
at Windy Banks.
And yet, how could Susie here know the title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
What is it, Holmes? Sholmes. It would appear that our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly waiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris?
Oh, yes. Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. Been a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home.
So probably the telegram that we got was the entire article. Well, stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come on in. What say you to some mesalonichon? I will take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. Meow. Good God, that evening. Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than the usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. It was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Iris' cooking was truly divine.
And I feel as though I can hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now.
Best of all, I bet I could steal glasses from his lordship's face next time we were in a court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder?
What's the matter, Susato-san?
It's about the telegram I received.
Ah, the one that you received in the morning, I suppose.
I've been summoned.
What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart asked to see me.
Lord Chief Justice? When?
Tomorrow morning.
What?
Then
we have to start preparing at once.
Oh no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone.
Alone? What on earth for?
I have no idea. I suppose I'll have to find out tomorrow.
What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Knock, knock. Wonder who that could be, I wonder.
Good evening, friends.
Ah, Iris, hello again.
And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's gonna be staying with us tonight. She's gonna be sleeping with me. Isn't that right, Jeannie?
Well, yeah.
How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us, wasn't it wonderful?
You mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened to a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourselves a little there. So what brings you to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Wait, what? Hey, that's mine! Did we... No, apparently still got it. To
Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris is literally a child genius.
So anyway, here. You can have it back. Not that I really understood why you wear it, though.
Thank you.
Alright then, good night.
Yes, good night.
So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny?
I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer who lives in a place like this.
Yes, me too.
Seems as though Iris... it seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. Did she agree that it was a bad idea? I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer who lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Jesus. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Hello, Imperial Da. I see you're back. Ah. How's it been? It's been very long with this case, and I haven't really been getting anywhere. Nothing's new's been happening recently. Nobody's been murdered, which is shocking. It's been 2 hours, almost 3 now. Let's see. Would you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but...
Oh, I don't really like boring things.
Looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children.
I mean, who does like boring things? Nobody wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it. But you're always introducing things with "this is boring," but it's a bad habit. You should stop it.
I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Alright, let's talk about that manuscript of yours.
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all.
I don't know what all this has got to be about, really, but... It's a story you made up. Is it, Iris? This telescript, or whatever you call it?
It's not exactly a story I made up. It's something I read in my daddy's diaries.
Daddy's?
That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned this to you before, but Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together.
Yeah, daddies. I honestly didn't. I thought the whole Sherlock Holmes with Dr. Watson was going to be the Watson of this game was going to be the little girl, but no, they're still sticking to the older gentleman. Although apparently he's dead. First victim of the game's case. Yeah, the first victim. Whew. They don't look very similar though, that's the thing. Gotta get a picture up because it's been a long time since I've seen him, but definitely didn't have pink hair, if that's even natural. They solved all, yeah, they solved all the cases together.
Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I was as surprised as you were, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down as you see in his diaries. So I study them and write the stories based on what actually happened.
So where is your old man now, then?
He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone for a very long time. So I've never actually met him.
And that's going to be the case for a lot longer. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps I should ask her. Hound of the Bakervilles? Iris, the Hound of the Bakervilles story. I wonder if these are actual like actual Sherlock Holmes stories. Because I've only ever really played games around Sherlock Holmes. I've never actually read the books. Apparently they're really good at like letting you try and figure out the mystery before it gets explained to you. Which sounds fun. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean.
Oh? How?
I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, I showed the manuscript to Hurley. He turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him be like that.
It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please don't ask me.
Alright then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And when that manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? And that's how that manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it?
Yes. And Hurley said that it had to be somewhere very safe.
I don't know if you've played this game before or like seen a playthrough, but you might have missed Windibank. The dude literally put a gun to his head, was constantly threatening to kill himself. That happened way too many times before. Jesus Christ. It's quite literally the most craziest point of this game so far. Despite being like this being the last case.
That really gets under my goat, it does. He's treating you like a child. I mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean.
Eh?
If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure that must have been for a very good reason.
I think so too. You guys are a lot too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it.
Just to be clear, it was this guy. This guy constantly kept trying to kill himself or put a gun to his head and constantly kept threatening to do it. Freaking wild, man.
What?
What?
Hurley's lying to me?
Well, I guess we're not talking to you about that anymore. This does look really homey, though. There's no seats anywhere, so that would probably get really annoying really quick, but I could see myself relaxing here. Who are your parents? I realize I don't know much of anything about your parents, Gina.
I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh,
You're the first human that's ever been born without them, I guess.
look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one's wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we stick together. But we all stick together. The elder ones look for the little ones and make sure that they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse.
Kind of. I know she's like a shitty person in that regard, but I still love her. I love this character. I don't know why. She's just fun.
And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it.
She also works really well with my speaking vocabulary because I'm from East Yorkshire, and our accent really just removes all H's and double T's. So we say,
Have a bottle of water. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought that it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having a parent ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you've never had them, you don't feel like you're always waiting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris.
I'm not very good at voicing girls, let alone very small children. I've got a very deep voice, you know. What's Shom lying about, Gina, what did you mean to say when you said you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris?
Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, it's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why do you think that, Gina? Well, simply, if that story had really been at old Windbank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could have known about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Early would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Grown-ups have done a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them.
You're literally 1 year away from being 18, lady. You are not too far from being a barefaced liar yourself. Which technically you have lied in court. I think? No, wait, maybe she hasn't. Or maybe she did. Lied for McGilded's sake. It's not clear yet.
You just haven't realised it yet.
It's a bit bullying, don't you think?
I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windy's Banks. You'll soon see it if you had a look. If you think you can trust them, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them.
Ugh.
If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley is telling me the truth at sometimes. See? Oh, but that doesn't mean that I think he sold it. I think that... I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere where I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Yes, Ryunosuke, you are surrounded by women. Only one of them is legal, however, so keep it in your pants.
Oh my goodness, look at the time.
Although I wonder what the age of consent was at this time. I wonder if the age of consent has gone up or down over the years of Britain, that is. Huh. I know it's a weird thing to point out, but it's just made me curious. Times have changed and people's thoughts changed too, I guess.
Come along, Ginny. We should be going back downstairs.
Yeah, alright.
And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you?
No, of course not. Good night, I mean, Iris. Good night, Gina.
You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. All right, then. Good night.
Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a kid.
Well, I think it's time I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san.
Good night, then. Where do I sleep? Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting doctor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. So that woman's probably going to come back. The woman that was charged, or not charged, but, well, it's moving on its own. But that woman who had the mask and the swan outfit. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she's probably coming back from the first case. This is a shame. It seems like they are kind of recycling characters to some degree now. But it makes sense since this is the case where everything's coming together from the previous cases. They do this in all the Ace Attorney games. Except the second one, I think. Where it's a little more like every case is a little of its own thing.
Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo.
That voice. That Sherlock, Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She's supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was going to looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you will indulge me, would you look out the window, my dear fellow? What's this about? Uh-oh. Something's going on in the pawnbrokers. Wait a minute. There's a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windybank's? Oh no. She wanted to get the gear back, or the music box piece. Guessing that she's going to be considered the culprit. I don't think they're going to kill her off. That would be really devastating if they did. It's simple if that story had anything to do with old Windybank's storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it without telling you. So maybe she went to go find out, or maybe any of the girls could have actually done that. Jesus. Could Gina have gone? It seems that you have some knowledge of the situation, Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once.
At once. Miss Susato?
Oh, well, I guess she's coming along too. 16th of April, 1 o'clock in the morning. Jesus, that is early. The door to Windybanks, it's open.
And the lamp is burning.
Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Oh boy, I think we're finally getting the murder. There's no one in here. Oh yes, there is.
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Did he just get shot? Has Mr. Shum's been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go!
Alright.
It was a very small person and a prim, thin-looking person. Blast! I lost them. Hello, hello, what we have here? The alarm was raised from the pawn shop, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? The policeman close behind me. I ran back to Windybanks. Holy shit. This escalated very quickly, didn't it? Oh, God.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
I don't see no blood. I don't see any blood. So, he's clearly lying. Behind the door. It's locked. But he looks in. Oh no, we're gonna find a dead body. No, it's the guy that. Oh, I like this disposition. I like this desire to. Oh god. Okay.
It's Gina!
Okay. Holy shit, this is going a bit crazy now. To be continued. So I guess I was right. Gina is going to be considered the possible culprit here, and obviously she's not going to be the culprit because, well, I said obviously. The game has like gone against my expectations of every case. This is probably still going to be investigation, right? So I don't know. I don't think I want to stop now. I think I can carry on. Jesus Christ. I think I'll carry on until we maybe get to the trial or courthouse. Oh, Jesus Christ. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! And inside we see our poor old boy and Gina with a gun in her hand. Is that Gina? Yeah, they set up a lot of information about that, did they? It was like, the one bullet inside the gun, the storeroom with only him having the key to it. It was obvious the pawnbroker shop was going to have like a murder in it, right? From the moment Windybanks pawnbrokery became a crime scene, everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before the dawn of... I was allowed back in my lodgings at 221B. Oof. 16th April, 6:21. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Hello, Iris. Oh, Iris.
A telegram came, but all it said was wait at home.
Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo?
Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying really hard to not let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know.
Something awful happened, has it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Well, time to make this little kid feel even worse about her life. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windybank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it early hours of the morning.
Oh, yes, I have a feeling.
You did?
I saw all those police carriages pulling outside of his shop. I knew something must have happened there.
When we entered Windybank's in small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street and I chased after them, but they got away.
So it was one of them that shot Mr. Windybank, I suppose?
I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment.
Oh, why not?
They arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina.
Ginny? But why?
Well, the thing is...
No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know, but none of us think that she did it.
Then why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry, there's nothing more I could do. First, let's talk about Sholmes getting shot.
So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windybank's, a gun was fired and he took a bullet.
Hurley was shot? No.
It's alright, his life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at St. Sinners. Jesus Christ. Of course you'd want to go to St. Sinners. They're treating him there.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? It's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
It was 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I let them get away.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot at as well, Runo.
Yeah, probably. You know, it's actually good that I suck.
On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris. Susato's situation. Let's keep piling this on.
Where's Suni, Reno?
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect that she's still being questioned. The police said she wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes. So they didn't get started until later.
I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about those two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they?
No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris.
Ah, it's all so horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Windybank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all of the deposited articles. And the storeroom was locked from the inside.
I see.
But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Okay, quick summation, quick guess. It was locked from the inside. There's a window. You can literally just open it, lock the door, open the window, throw the key in. Boom. It's not that. I mean, I suppose it depends on where the key was found. If it was tightly locked in his hand or something, I guess maybe in his pocket. But still, it's not concrete or conclusive. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no.
And according to the detectives who were investigating afterwards...
Don't tell me. There was no one else left in the room.
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yes, the only explanation indeed.
What do you mean by that, Runa? Well?
What can I say? I'll be damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting along.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Runo.
Hmm?
I can't stand around sitting here waiting.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to a scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone either. Alright then, Iris. You can come and help. Perhaps you can help me?
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Gina's in prison. Mr. Sholmes probably at the hospital bed.
Don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We have to conduct a thorough investigation.
I see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Okay. So, I'm actually thinking of quickly grabbing a picture of her and putting it in the corner instead of Susato. Because I already used her in the second case's picture. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. I might do it for the next session we have. Anyway, I guess I could try to investigate all this again. Spring at last, but it seems like run it as for the kettle.
Oh, how about some tea, Runo?
Thanks, Iris, but I'm alright for now. Green tea Susato makes from time to time. Iris is, yep, true tea lover.
If you're sure, let me know. I have plenty whenever you're feeling thirsty.
God, you are a dear. So this is a tea set Miss Susato brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into tea. It's so bitter.
Susie's lovely green tea has always had quite an impact on Hurley, you know. He stopped putting milk and sugar in his coffee even. And with Hurley, he is normally bitterly opposed to the bitterness.
Oh, missed it. I like investigating, getting all that little flavor text. The spade has been here since we started renting this place.
Bruno, that's not a spade, it's a shovel.
Don't you start. Ah, so you're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you'd pick up on that.
Oh no, I picked up... A pick is something else entirely.
Now I've dug myself into an even deeper hole. Okay. I've only been here for London about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. Hurley's desk is far worse, you know. I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes.
I wonder.
You don't think I can?
Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know?
The path to true messiness is long and arduous, as it seems. Okay. Ah, the Daruma doll I bought with me from home. Still one eye colored in. Was gonna color it, but nope.
That's cruel, only letting it have one eye.
Yes, but it's because I don't consider myself good enough to be a lawyer yet, you see? Once I become a full-fledged lawyer, Miss Susato will color in the other eye for me.
Well, in that case, why not color in the other eye now? Then, every time you win a new case, give it an extra eye. You can never have too many eyes, you know.
You call me crazy, but I've never considered that. Okay. Over to this side. We've got the telegram. Are we gonna look into it now?
Oh, this looks like a telegram.
It is, but you mustn't open it. Not under any circumstance.
Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see.
Oh, what did you say? What did I just say? You mustn't open it.
Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I've developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having opened it.
No, you're not allowed either.
Oh, but I'm sure it was something important.
Little geniuses sure are mischievous. And it probably is important. Seriously, this is just goddamn cucking me out of information. Come on. We all know it's going to be important, but no, we can't look at it because Susato says we can't. If I had to guess, it's possible that it might say something like you are to return to Japan at once or something. Do you know, I've never actually seen the inside of Miss Susato's room. I haven't so much as put my head around the door.
Oh, Susie often invites me up. It's so much fun.
Really? What's her room like?
I can't tell you that.
Oh.
A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
Where have I heard that before? I suppose some things are the same the world over. We were rather lucky to find this old aquarium left here. Prawns were doing well, and the anemones are too.
Apparently tanks like those are pretty popular in London before I was born.
Oh, you mean they're not anymore?
I think people discovered it was too much effort to clean them out and change the water out all the time.
I can believe that. Prawns or anemones are fun for a while. Yep. Fish are like pretty much the most annoying aesthetic to ever have because you have to clean it like a pet and it does fuck all for you. Look at my sophisticated fish that swim around and do nothing all day. Yes, I am very rich.
New locations have been added. I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting.
Shows sweet. Prison. So she probably wants to go to the hospital first, but let's go to the suite, the Baker Street, and then the hospital. Have a little route around. I'm not going to look at everything here because it's just too much, I think. I'll look at some of the smaller things like the desk. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Looks totally different without an enormous machine on it.
Hurley lives in an absolute mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing.
Even Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that huge lump of metal that's no longer there, surely. Now this really is Mr. Sholmes' faithful performing partner then. The Stravadar. The Stravadapicar? The Stradivarius. No, it's no good. It's all gone. The virtuoso's violin that he found in the pawnbroker's and managed to buy it the next morning for nothing.
I hope Hurley gets well soon. I miss hearing the violin already.
Oh, Iris, I'm sure you will. Come to think of it, I haven't seen you doing much writing recently, Iris. But the paper is there already set up in the typewriter, I notice, as if you're about to start.
Well, I'm a little stuck for a new story, actually.
Well, could you consider using what happened to Mr. Natsume, perhaps?
Ooh, yes, that's a fabulous idea. And the great title just popped into my head. The Adventures of Mr. Kitty Man. How's that, Runo?
I'd read it. Genuinely not a bad idea. Well, let's go to Baker Street. Yep, the Bobbies are all here. It's already been 2 months since we've been staying here. Still can't quite believe it. It's so crazy.
When Hurley comes back, we'll have a big party.
That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough.
Yes.
There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibanks.
Never imagined that investigating a case would be so close to home.
Poor Iris, she's very upset about all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more.
None of this is your fault, Runo. So please don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them.
Yes, you're right. No, I do like Iris a little more than Susato. I like them both. I just think that Iris gets to the point a little quicker. I think it's just easier to read Iris's words. Alright, let's go to the hospital.
Mr. Sholmes, you're not dying, are you? I'm hooked on morphine.
Hurley! Oh.
Yep, he's not here.
He's not here.
No, that's strange. Nurse has definitely said he was in his bed by the window, didn't he? Didn't she?
Oh, I know that's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound probably wasn't that bad, so he was sent home.
I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered.
Oh.
Hello, what do we have here? This ward's off limits, no visiting. What are you doing here, eh? As I say. God, my Britishness really helps with this kind of voice.
Well, I'll have you know that we're Hurley's next of kin.
Where? Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. Our little ladies and the curious and gentlemen. Great mystery solvers as a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure.
Where is he, Constable? Where is Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It's been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear, is he gonna be alright?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anaesthetic, that is.
Oh.
I've heard reports that the gentleman claims that he may have had a bit too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thanks, Constable. Thanks, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later.
Or Hurley.
Can't read. These are all just squiggles to me. There's a notice board on the wall here. Look, let's see. What does it say? The thought of the day on seeing any vermin calmly and discreetly inform Matron.
Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this. They love to feast on all the medicine.
Ugh. I heard stories about how in the trenches of World War, I don't know if it was 2 or 1, probably both, where rats would essentially be so hungry they would essentially get on top of sleeping soldiers and assume that they were corpses because they were sleeping, right? So they'd try and bite into them and eat them. So soldiers would have to like instantly, like if they felt pain or woke up with a rat on the chest, they'd instantly have to shot up and like shoot it off their chest, basically. Not with a gun, like actually like shoot it via velocity off into the wall of the ceiling. Apparently that's just something that happened. I heard that anyway. Don't know if it's true, but Jesus Christ, if it is, ugh.
Yeah, right, to Manchester Hospital. If they don't deal with them, then there's nothing left to treat the patients.
Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is rather old building, I suppose.
But the doctors and nurses are very good, I hear.
Certainly hope so, for Mr. Show's sake. Not much else to look at. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. Crutches. We got crutches, got crutches, got crutches. Gonna look at the crutches. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris?
Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries, so to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see.
Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort.
Why would there be weapons in a hospital?
I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in battle contests and was brought here along with his weapons?
That's surprisingly plausible.
Alright, next is prison. Because I'm feeling that we're not going to be able to investigate straight away. 16th of April, local prison cell 13. Oh, she's wearing the overcoat again. Was she wearing the overcoat before? I can't tell. Hello, Gina. We're really doing this? Okay.
Oh, you still have a grenade launcher Hurley and I made.
I wish she wouldn't have to point it at me all the time, though.
What are you here for, then?
Ginny? I have a feeling it's because you ended up in this trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you out.
Huh? Well, you can't.
Sorry?
You heard? Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. We know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh? You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me the chance to sneak into the pawn shop any other day of the week, just to see what I could lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I've been caught tomorrow, they said. Some covenant came before and said that he'd have a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need one.
She'd be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Jesus.
Why are you being like this, Ginny?
Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away?
He wanted me to sign papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's gonna be all rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me. Growing up in the back slums, my whole life. If you do what a grown-up tells you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and all and nearly scaffed on the back of it. You can't trust no one. That's the point. Soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it! Ginny! Don't you trust Reno? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers.
There's nothing to tell. I figured he'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But they all walked on me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I can sell for a shilling or two. Diving in easy, you know? A lot of work and half the time you get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into that place?
What?
Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oi, give it a rest! What's the point anyway, eh? Nothing to say... Nothing I could say could make me a blind difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. Ain't you know what? And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. So what do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies?
Probably to do with Mr. McGilded, I guess. What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us about these unforgivable lies you've told? Or maybe we can help.
Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh yeah? I wanted to give you this, something to remember me by.
It's a photographic print of a really adorable cat.
I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what that little photograph like that is doing in a coat of that pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't come bothering me. Don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny.
A white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Look at my armband! Tell me what you see! Would you have a look at, this strange... Where's my armband gone?
What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose. You're looking for this?
Yes, but how? When? And how again? Have I seen this before? Gina, about this photograph.
Oh, that? I just found it in one of the pockets of this old coat, that's all. Check it out if you don't want it. Chuck it if you don't want it.
So McGilded didn't give it to her?
There's something written on the back, I think.
There is?
Don't be nothing to me, though. Don't read so well. Especially not the scroll.
Really ought to examine the photograph more thoroughly, I think. It's an adorable little cat. British cat is different. Oh, look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 o'clock. Article deposited 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13 April, 9 o'clock. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket.
13th of February? That could be significant. It was only 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it?
Small box. That doesn't tell us much about what it is, does it?
You know, if Mr. Gilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article.
So do you think the small box might still be present in the shop?
Ah, yes!
If something Mr. McGilda deposited, we need to investigate. Here, Trina, look at this.
No, Ta.
I wasn't saying you could have it.
Oh, were ya? Well, if someone says I could have stuff, it makes me want it, see? So you better hand it over now.
No, I'm not giving it to you. Well, goodbye, best girl, I think, maybe. Questionable. I guess we're going to the pawnbrokery. Actually, I want to present the lawyer badge to... Oh, I can't do that now, can I? That's a shame. I totally thought that she was still available to talk to. As an assistant, you know? Oh, there we go. Time to talk to Inspector Gregson. "16th of April, Winderbank's Pawnbrokery." Oh my, the animation.
This is where it happened then? Last night?
That's right. 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking this place looking for valuables.
But, apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything about what happened. There's no sign of disturbance.
No, you're right about that, actually.
In fact, anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones who are doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Got my chippy right here.
Oh, Inspector, good morning.
Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame on you to letting those 2 rogues get away, mind.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you assigned extra men to the beat around here, Regsy. Now look what happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Your ladyship. No one told me you were coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, my ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital attending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Runo's fault either that those rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone is in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Oh, well, my manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Or perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice refreshing juice fruit.
I don't like this. This isn't all that wholesome, trust me. It's weird.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Grexy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some.
Lovely. Very much. Very much hit the spot, your ladyship.
I don't even recognize him like this. Dude, sorry, this is just weird. This is just weird, dude. Don't do this. Don't do the simping for a 10-year-old. It's fucking weird. So how was the investigating going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Simple case, this is. Some very definitive evidence. We're about to charge the driver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina? You're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
The definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured a pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, aren't you?
How could you? How could you? No!
Oh, yeah.
How could you? How could you possibly have known that?
I have a feeling that's all.
Remind me never to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the 2 men who have shot Mr. Holmes, have you?
Well, yes. They're rounded up pretty quickly by the lads around the beat.
And Miss Lestrade is being held in the prison?
She should be. I was assuming that she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer of course.
Can you tell me anything about Mr. Sholmes and his condition?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinner's. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting and all.
Oh.
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff, and he's lost a fair bit of blood.
Oh no.
It didn't seem so bad in the first hour or so, but the hemorrhaging like that is enough to make it even the one and only Sholmes pipe down.
Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know.
Anyway, he's having an emergency surgery right now, and they've got to stop the bleeding.
But he'll be alright, won't he? Detective? They're gonna stop they're gonna make him better?
Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Well, because, of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is a great detective, that's why.
I pray the doctors better have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley.
I report your ladyship at the moment he's out of the operating theatre.
Her ladyship. I couldn't help but noticing, Inspector.
What? Out with it, sunshine.
Well, it seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris.
What's the sauce, Sonny? I'm a copper, and we don't go in for favouritism.
But he's right, you do treat us differently.
It's cause of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why.
Oh?
Oh?
I cropped up in them, don't I? Inspector Thomas Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What did you write about the Inspector, Iris?
I don't remember really.
It was one of Sherlock's lines. Gregson's the smartest of Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And how about the one line? And how you did that one line for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you.
Oh, that's amazing.
All because everyone at the yard reads them, and reads all about all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Oh, of course, that explains everything. I was around it was around that time that you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? It'd take one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say. He's been getting quite overrated these days. What would happen to my salary if it came out if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month, when the new Ryan's magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I read the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to calm your nerves.
Ah, lovely. Ah, very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship.
Teetotal.
Oh yeah, there's something else I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, what is it?
I've got some important message for you. I clearly forgot about it until now.
Important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what that important message is then, Inspector?
Yeah, it's about the young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Ah, dear Susie, is she alright?
She's at the station.
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe.
No, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
The Long Strongheart's office of source. He summoned her.
Ah, yes, of course, I'd forgotten about that.
One of the whipstocks took her into the yard carriages when we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you that she didn't have to have the fare to return journey to go meet her there. She's got the nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing on that message, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice office to fetch her straight away. I didn't even mean to click on his ass. God damn it. He's just scouring every inch of this place by the look of it.
Instructions from Yard are to examine every article of the shop and every ledger of the book of accounts.
Every article? But that's ridiculous amount of work, surely.
We've been hard at it since the shop's been declared a crime scene at early hours. I'm shifting through all the shifts at least, but still. Been working through the night, that's for sure. And even then we barely get a scratch the surface.
Pawnbrokers. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. Every copper's worst nightmare, you know. Crime and the pawnbrokers.
Instructions from Yard.
Article, but that's... This officer's been staring intently at the walls since before we came here.
Shh, keep it down.
Oh, sorry.
It's a major clue just here.
Really? We must tell Gregsy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home for 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me to take over this shift.
Ah, they really have a tough time in the British police. That doesn't stop us from investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. Fairly sure that the calendar he was peering at definitely has a bullet in it. Alrighty then, let's see what we can uncover.
Oh, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in there.
Oh, but we're hoping to investigate.
This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching.
What's the problem, Gregsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. I'm ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo had been properly appointed by the accused, it'd be another matter entirely.
The accused?
If you could show me representation papers, I'd be happy to poke your nose around.
Do you hear that, Bruno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with correct paperwork is the only way to go. Right, we're done here then. Though I could point this to the detective. Inspector Gregson, could you have an opinion about this? What do you think?
Don't tend to shed much sunshine, not with the general public. Ugh.
In that case, Gregory, how much that's some herbal tea?
Oh my god, seriously? I don't want to see this again. Alright, we're done here, so we need to go to Lord Justice's office. Oh god, this guy's voice. Finally get to do a deep voice now. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Yes, no matter how many times I come here, I always get the same response of oppressiveness somehow.
Do you think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
How so?
I mean, look at the suit of armor over there. Can't take that seriously, can you?
Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear in regard of tomorrow's arrangements, I trust.
Yes, thank you very much.
There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart.
I wonder what they're talking about. I wonder.
Very good. No, there's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. I have no doubt that you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
Was that all... What was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What was that all about? Why are you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow?
Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... She's been formally charged now. Oh dear.
Miss Susato, what is this about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as is.
That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving?
It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no.
Professor Mikotoba?
Hello. If I may.
Yes, sorry.
You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba, a professor of the forensics medicine at Yume University.
We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, my father collapsed with a fever, and the cause is apparently unknown. It seems to grow weaker, and he seems to grow weaker day by day. I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo... Oh my god. Didn't mean to do that. Your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. As I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as soon as possible. Yes, absolutely.
I'll leave London first thing by tomorrow morning.
I can't believe this is happening.
So Gina's been charged. She'll have to appear in court?
Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set tomorrow, which is stupid!
No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina, the Lestrade girl, the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes? All too conspicuous case, the pickpocket has clearly disturbed mind mid-robbery and shot the man in panic. No, the art is overstretched as it is without wasting time on open and shut cases.
Not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
The fuck is this little girl doing in my office? Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference to your fine service as to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a girl into my office. Leave now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetuated. I have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson has made similar remark yesterday.
It is no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me." There's just one thing, Lord Strongheart, which is... It's Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation.
But, that's not fair! She may be pickpocket, but she deserves a fair trial.
No. We've already been to the prison, guys. We already know. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides all those... for those too poor to afford representation with public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
Why would she do that?
It is a question that you will do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You will find her in the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. Well, what a day. Everything's going to fucking crap. Gina's been charged with murder. Susato-san's about to leave. Mr. Holmes is in a hospital, possibly dying. Gina's not accepting my defense requests. It's going so well.
Come, Miss Naruhodo, Iris, we must make haste. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
You're still here. I'll keep talking regardless, though.
As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in any way I can.
We've hit the 4-hour mark, so as soon as the to be continued shows up, I'm going to be dropping... I'm going to be ending the stream at that point. Might be a while still, because we've got investigating to do still. Thank you, Miss Susato. It's a very pensive look.
I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I'd like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go!
If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Oh man, the gear turning beats. I can't stay here too long, I might be jamming out too much. Prison. Gina, we must talk yet again! Hello, hello. Really, what are the shackles for? I know that they're probably just left over from historical events, but still doesn't feel like this should be there. Ah, hello again, Gina. And here we go again. What are you lot here for now? I have to muzzle that grenade launcher she shoved in our faces yet again, obviously.
I think I need to improve the way you load the ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you.
Yep. We skipped past because probably would have had me go through the dialogue if I hadn't come here earlier.
Gina? I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say.
What?
I'm sorry to say that I must be reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must be beginning my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris will be miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't any of my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow you can't find it in your heart to put the faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't! What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? This is my fault? Yes. I have but one final request, Gina. Before the paths our crafts may never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you.
Jesus, that is quite... I didn't expect a harsh sentence there.
Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expecting me to do, eh? You've told us everyone lies. So prove it. By admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you have said before, Ginny? What about what you've said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? Oh, yes. Our Irish Willy Wonka's come back. The one where Magnus McGilded was acquitted.
Ah!
The case of which that mysterious murder took place inside the omnibus. You were called in as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what it's all about?
Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe.
Will you tell us about it now? Yep, I had a feeling.
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The copper got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand.
based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it.
What sort of things did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see nearby, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cov's blood all over him. I was so scared I couldn't speak.
You had his blood all over your hands? In other words, it was Gina that was witnessed on the roof, but on the roof deck saw through the lights, the skylight. The witnesses on the roof deck saw. Ugh.
Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threatened you? How?
He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I heard. And what he told me to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If he did, he said he'd have a scrap. Let me scrap her before the cops showed up.
Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. What you saw, what you heard, and the event. You said Mr. McGill made you swear not to tell anyone what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a scream, see? I couldn't help it. Mr. McGilded heard and dragged me out by the arm. That's when I saw it. I was on the floor next to the old geezer who had been stabbed. A disc all bright and shiny.
A disc?
You mean... Yeah, that's it. The one that what the D took off me in Winter's Bank. In Windy's Bank.
So the music box was there on the... So the music box disc was there on the floor in the omnibus?
Not for long. Mr. McGilded spotted it right straight away. Picked it up, smartish, and stuffed it inside his pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, the scene of the crime of Mr. Mason's murder.
And that bog trotter told me. I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under the seat of the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door of footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGilded getting on. Nah, not only him.
I knew it! I actually made this guess before. That they both came in at the same time. That was something that they could have easily argued.
Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of two people. In that case, it would seem that likely that Mr. McGilded and the victim.
Mr. Fryce fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed that he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. And I always succumb to it. And your testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. It's just the sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other.
I mean, yeah. They were indebted to each other, right? Well, Mason was in debt to McGilded. So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm and that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, Mr. McGilded told me to hide under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two cobs from up top ran off to get the coppers. Still questioning it though, because there was a point in the trial that specifically stated that there was wet stuff underneath the seat. And I think it might still make sense. Like, maybe McGilded actually made sure all of that was still there. Like, he tampered with the omnibus before anything else. To make sure that everyone thought that she wasn't ever there. Maybe. But, like, that was, like, a clear point that the omnibus under-seat carriage had too much stuff in beforehand. And was removed afterwards in order to make it more believable that she was there. Don't know. It's very weird, especially with all of McGilded's bullshit. The two covs from up top ran to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, Mr. McGilded asked the driver to do him a favour. Favour? Oh, Bepper, you motherfucker. We all knew you were evil.
Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it at a nearby pawnbroker. For your troubles, let's see now, I'll give you 10 Guinness.
Jesus Christ, Bepper, you are such a monster.
A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street?
Yep,
you got it. It was at Windy Banks. The coach she snapped up the money and ran off to his pop the coat as fast as he could. So when he was there, then there was no one left in the carriage. Mr. Gilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see.
The conditions? What were Mr. McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean.
I'm not telling a soul. Not for anything. About what I saw, what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. The most important thing, he said. I'm after sending a coachman on a little errand for me, with a small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see any of it at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. The fiend's taking the overcut to the despot with a pawnbroker's whereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right.
Oh god, going between these accents is a bit difficult.
That's right. And I'll come and fetch it for you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. you to hang onto it until then. Is it clear? And whenever you do, don't lose it. Don't lose it. All right then. In any case, and in a case that might happen to be delayed and all, you to go to the pawn shop, Windy Banks, so it is, and you to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend could come by and buy it. Huh? But I ain't got that kind of brass. Yes, £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now, if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. There's one more thing. The last few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll be coming for asking you to stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it about? What is you might say, and what is you won't?
Jesus McGilded.
After I've got them all over, I piked it so far away as I could.
Quickly gonna check. All right.
He did the pawnbroker's ticket with some brushes near the scene.
Hold on, let me reread that.
Piked it as far away as I could. He did the pawnbroker's ticket in with some brushes. In some brushes near the scene.
He hid the pawnbroker's ticket. Some brushes near the scene.
I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark.
So Mr. McGilded planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony.
I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom, told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we wouldn't have to live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man.
He would make it so we couldn't live in the East End, right? It wasn't a gift, it was a threat, right?
He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew he had no one to look after us. And all we had was to look out for each other, but getting by together. You mean Mr. McGilded would have? He's in an heartbeat. He could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then he would, and then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice.
Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything.
But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid.
Well, you can't make amends by doing me a simple favor. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Eh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip them up later. But we need the paperwork so we can't investigate. The police won't let us.
Investigate what?
The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see.
You what? Hurley's having a bit of operation right now, Ginny. Is that bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right?
That's why we want to investigate, for Sholmes' sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is if I sign a bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it?
Something like that. Miss Usato?
Yes, of course. I have representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Baka. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
Gina's representation papers have been entered into the court record. Well, at least we should be able to investigate the scene at Windy Banks now.
Yes. And perhaps we'll come back to visit Ginny when we're done here.
I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now that means Inspector Gregson can't stop us from investigating Windy Bank. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Ah, got it. It's a to be continued. Ah, it's definitely a question, is it? Do I continue? We've hit the almost half 4 hour mark, right? It's really difficult to say because I kind of want to get through the entire investigation day straight up, like. But something also tells me that the trial is also going to be. It's a shame I don't have more viewers because I'd actually ask them whether it's okay to stop now or continue into the next one. Actually, I think the best thing I can actually do is something that I saw before. Quickly go back to the title. Let's save. Yes, that's fine. And then okay. It appears that it is to be the pre-trial. Okay. This seems to indicate that we've only got one in between here before the trial starts. This pre-trial, or eve of Susato's departure. So ultimately, I'm going to continue on the basis that this is going to be the last investigation period. But awkward for the... I was worried that maybe it would do like a Sherlock Holmes deduction thing again, and I didn't want to have to go through another one of those. But he's in the hospital right now, so... Windy Banks... Pawnbroker shop. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers into Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Oh, yeah. Hello again, Inspector. Do you think you could give us a minute, please? What is it now? Could go home and rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Representation papers.
Your ladyship. How? I don't believe it. How the devil do you get a stubborn little ragged bash to sign that? I salute you. That's good work, that is.
So you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? Our special blend is designed to relieve fatigue.
Ah, lovely. We'll see it now. Yes, I can hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Do as you please. We all know where it happened, so through that door that's behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Windy Bank and Gina.
Right, well, I'll be heading back to the business then.
Will we be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. I know, right? There's so many articles to go through. Taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there isn't another case in Scotland Yard. Because there's another case that the yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before.
What I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine.
So that's what makes me think that this case is going to go through 2 investigation days and 2 trial days, I think. This first one's going to be about this case, but the next one's going to be about the other case, which is going to be somewhat connected to this case.
Come on, let's not waste any time.
Well, first of all, slob over here and let's take a look-see at this.
Ah, look over here.
A bullet inside the calendar. Oh yes, a bullet hole. I can see the bullet is lodged into the wall. Another thing I remember, he said every night he tears off the page before leaving in order to make sure that when he comes back in, it's the next day, right? So if he left, he should have ripped this off. I can see a bullet is lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windybank wasn't practicing with a revolver in his spare time.
Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all there is. It's all there in the adventures of Mr. Herlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, he did write something like that. I did write something like that, partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't do it even once.
Let's forget about that, Reno. Let's examine the bullet.
What's that around the bullet hole? It's blood? Huh? Suspicious red stain on the calendar.
Ah! I may be able to help you with that.
What?
There's nothing like a sign of blood that gets the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood does make my blood run cold. There you have it, see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh no, what's that scary-looking thing?
Hurley and I haven't come up with a name for it yet. As soon as I see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch!
Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed?
There. Does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle of different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is by looking at it in a flash.
I see. I already see where this is gonna go. Blood was on the music disc. You're supposed to shoot that on the blood on the music disc, and you realize that the dude who eggs Benedict was the one who lost a lot of blood here.
What a famous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would be bleeding great. Say it's bleeding great.
So whose blood are we looking for then?
Well, all chemicals do turn blood into different colors, so we'll just have to find someone whose blood turns the same color. You know who it belongs to in a flash.
So I like 2 flashes, really? Isn't it? Sorry, I'm running.
One flash or two, we could certainly turn out to be a very valuable clue. I rhymed! So we must make a note of it in the court record. Let's keep testing and adding results to any other blood analysis to the portfolio. Okay, maybe it's not him. Resting a bit back. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Bop, 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 ba. These shelves are where pawnbrokers put articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yeah, it's pretty strange to miscellaneary, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Old people would. Well, sometimes you can find the real treasures amongst the junk, you know. Are you right, Runo? Oh, well... It looks like a collection of useless junk as whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help but wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how a pawnbroker works. They're very clever. La 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 la. It's a very strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as they are right in front of your eyes. What you think? When Sholmes gleefully showed us that yesterday, were we blissfully unaware of anything that was about to happen? Was he blissfully unaware? I'm fairly certain this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I'll get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? It's a stereoscope? This showed us this picture yesterday that was supposed to be inside. You'd be able to see in 3 dimensions, but for that to be used, a great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. This little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There's a little special shop for selling prints that you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. That will keep me from my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Okay. Weird thing to say, but okay. Three golden balls. That's right, that's a sign that shows a pawn shop has a pawnbrokery. Oh, well, I don't even know what I just said there. It's a bit like your armband showing that you're a defense lawyer. That's the significance of the 3 golden balls. Does that have any special meaning? Maybe. I expect Hurley would like to answer that question when he gets back from the hospital. You mean you don't know? I mean, he doesn't know either. That's a music box. Do you have them where you're from, Bruno? Yes, but they're never actually as large as this one. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? It's a pretty sound. It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy with all the policemen in the room giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Bow. Rap bow. Rap bow. 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 This article ledger here and Mr. Winnebank's notes.
And this photo looks like someone's left a little photographic print behind.
Look on the back. It's some writing.
Let's see it. Sorry I'm yawning so much. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
15th February, 10:30. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat.
£1. Redemption deadline 15th of April, 10:30. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly, it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think.
Yes, this must be the ticket that the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belongs to Mr. McGilded. I would never expected the redemption ticket to have been handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Windybank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have in hand.
Okay. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else before. Am I making anyone else yawn by doing my yawns myself? I don't mean to. I know it's a contagious kind of thing.
Oh yes, you're right. Very recently, the same thing. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us a print.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Naruto? Get out!
Okay, jeez, it's top of the clock's turn. Well, they are slightly different, I think. Yeah, the cat's slightly moved a bit, so it is 2 pictures of the same cat in the same location. 4 dots, a smile, and hat. Yep, no, that's the entirely the same place. Is this the street where that lady got stabbed? It was. I remember the snowman. Jesus, everything's coming together. Oh, well, she was technically stabbed on the other side of the street. Yes, they are exactly the same.
Doop 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 boop. I got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret.
Secret? What does she mean?
You tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know?
Yes, really. We need you to tell us all what you know about the pair. I need to present you this. Would you mind if I show you this, Iris? This whole following thing, but right, I did show it to her. She was like, "Oh, I don't like boring things." So Iris, about these 2 photographic prints. There were ones found here on Mr. Wendybank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What amazing secret have you mentioned that's hidden between these 2 identical prints?
Actually, it's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle though.
What's the reason for the subtle difference between the 2 prints? Ah, well, it's because they're set, you see?
No, I don't. It's for the thingy. It's this the picture viewer thing. Pretends it's 3D. The photographs.
It's meant to be using a stereoscope.
Everyone in London's been raving about them. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel like I've heard that word recently?
Ah, yes, that's what Mr. Jones showed us earlier. Yesterday. You see, that's there. You see, there it is, over there.
Yes, of course, that magical machine that makes every picture look real, almost real enough to touch.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the depths of a picture in the picture, even without the ones of those contraptions.
What, really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, no idea. Oh, it's wonderful. Then let me tell you.
It's kind of obvious. She's super excited, bless her heart. Should we let her explain? We really need to carry out the explanation.
I, for one, simply have to know.
I guess we're going to hear it then. I already know it's because they're slightly different. Your perception and your eyes see the two pieces, and then your eyes make the in-betweens. Yeah. Same way like you watch an animation, you assume that every part of it was drawn, when in reality there are missing small pieces in betweens. But your eyes kind of make up for that in order to make it look like smooth movement, because you want it to look like that.
Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see the depths in the world around us?
Well, I just open them and it works.
The reason it works is because we have two eyes.
Two eyes? Shocking.
If you try to close one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away.
When you see with your left eye,
and what do you see with your right eye? Ever so slightly different. You get a different view from each eye. Yes, the position of objects seem to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate for depth as it merges the two views in one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain is really amazing, isn't it?
It does so much without telling me.
I think I see. So the pair of photographs. One's consists of the left eye view, and one's of the right eye view. Am I right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So if I persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you may be able to see the depth of these prints.
Yep, Runo, you're beginning to understand.
Well, the stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that.
Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and the brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing the stereoscope at all.
Really?
Let's try it and see if we can view pairs of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susato-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes?
I think I can.
Watch me and see if you can copy.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's really doing this, huh?
Make your eyes do this. All right, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
And there you go. Yep, this is exactly what I wanted to see today.
There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your time, Reno. The trick is to concentrate by looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task with two people staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at the one print and closing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Bruno.
I'm gonna have to give it a try, aren't I suppose?
Did the print split into two images for you? Now next step. Just put the pair of prints side by side and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until... they form a new single image in the center. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see in the middle right now! It's so real! I can look at it all day!
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
It's your turn, Bruno. Pretend you're looking through two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Let's keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap in the middle.
Like this, isn't it? Nope.
There, you managed it. So now you can now you know how stereoscopic images work. I don't know who discovered it, but it's really quite extraordinary.
Well, thank you for that big ol' lesson on scopotopy, or whatever it's called again. Stereoscopic. Stereoscopic.
What do you think of these stereoscopic prints, then, Luna?
They're certainly amazing, but I haven't... but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
No, some people find it easier than others. Well, that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. I saw one of those over here yesterday, didn't we?
If I remember correctly, you press the little knob here, and it opens up like wah. Instead of photographs, stand at the back and... it's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular these days at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in a lot of the households of the capital's currency.
Well, if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them.
But it's so much more satisfying if you'll be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case.
Stereoscopic pictures? I don't think I've heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learned a lot about them. I wonder if this knowledge will ever actually be needed. God, Jesus Christ. Do I need to, recheck the back of this one? There's blood on it.
Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I've noticed. A red
Smeary, you mean?
Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san picked up on that.
Well, if that's the case...
That's the case.
yes, we need Iris!
Should show her this before we forget. Yeah.
Oh, this looks like blood! I would say it's from a gloved finger. Most certainly the glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Reno. You can leave this to me. Hey, yeah.
And it is... purple! New person.
Look at that.
Probably Masons, maybe? Since it was grabbed by Gina, who had blood on her hands, right?
Yep, that's a color we haven't seen any before, isn't it? Probably added the portfolio of blood samples. Could be an important clue. Although, it'd be nice to find out whose blood these belong to. Different colors correspond to at some point.
of this particular stain of blood?
Oh, I have an idea. Haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood this is. Not from the color of its turn, but from a little deduction.
That's right. I think it's clear.
I wish you know well, as well.
You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to?
I'm gonna go ahead and save. I want to actually get this right, but I'm pretty sure it's the Mason. Thrice-fired Mason.
You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now in that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though.
The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But would that mean that his blood stain was left on the ticket 2 months ago?
Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Winterbanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at the time.
That smear of blood at the time, that was Mr. Mason's.
From the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago?
Something like that is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Oh, right. So it might have been him instead.
Now I asked you, what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out and tried to give the man a hand.
It certainly looks like a leather-gloved thumbprint left by the mark, but we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove must have belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I suppose, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make a note of this.
Alright. That's almost everything. It's just open on the counter. It's really enormous. Awful to keep up 100 pawns. About it. Clear head me. Alright, it was just like without the picture. Alright, let's go back into the back room. Behind that door is the storage room, isn't it? That's what Grixie said. Also, those photograph printers, right? Yes, that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Although the little window from the door, only through the little window for the door. Mr. Windybank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him.
As the accused legal representative, you have a right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation.
Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime.
Don't worry. If there's any clues in there, I'll find them.
Pretty sure that's everything. I mean, there's no actual visible cameras, is there? It said look up, but there's no actual like visible hidden cameras. Alright. Let's move into the storeroom. '16th April, Windybank's storeroom. Poor Iris, she's climbed up completely.
Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windybank's life was taken in this very room only last night.
Hey, Inspector!
What is it now, Sunshine?
You're the one who looked at me and tried to run away. You think Scotland Yard Inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? Well... I've never seen a ladyship looking like that before. Is the thing, you know, that's the thing. I didn't know what to say to her.
You were running away from me. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old? I'm afraid this is all a little too much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector?
Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
Jesus Christ, dude. I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. Let's hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. Inquire how Mr. Shum's operation is doing. So, the inspector, what do you make of this crime scene here?
You got eyes, have you? Use them. What does it look like? Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after an hour o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. And the one and only door to the schoolroom was found locked from the inside.
So it's locked from the inside. The epoch appears to be broken now. Was that the police officer's doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered post-haste on the floor, thus-wise. The next aforementioned body was discovered... we discovered was the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, she was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when we saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
I'm afraid to say that she had a gun. She had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably, it's the gun that was still down there on the floor now. It's in her.
It was in her pocket. We found a key to the room as well.
What? The key to the storeroom?
You see, the storeroom had been locked from the inside. Okay, easy break here. Gun was used from the outside, tossed inside from the small window. She picked up the gun and saw the body and freaked out and passed out. There you go. Storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector.
Correct. Which means that leaves our ladyship's friend in a something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course, Inspector. Of course it is.
Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright, is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No! The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body... anesthetized. Is that even possible?
I mean, the operation can be completed while the patient was fast asleep.
Goodness, the Empire of Japan can manage to provide laughing gas for tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so they took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now the op's finished, they can't seem to get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my.
No one knows if he's still under the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do now is stand back and watch until he comes round again.
Hurley?
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I'll get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Anyway, time to investigate the gun. This is a revolver, a real one, and quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Reno don't look about you're about to faint. It's just that we rarely see a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windybank with this yesterday, didn't we? Yes, he was literally about to kill himself with it. Like this. Take a look at that. And think, man, this is a good kids game, isn't it? I don't even know what this game's rated for, but Jesus Christ, if this doesn't push it up, huh?
I shall take my own life, sir.
It must have been the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole door, the door to the storeroom was there. That was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windybank told us that he'd only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The only bullet he had in the gun must have been fired. So we can fairly certain that there's only one single shot fired from this revolver. Can we be sure of that? The game's telling me, but I don't know. Look at all these articles that have been deposited in the room, stuff full of them. I can't believe how many there are there. A bicycle, a gramophone, a musical instruments, some even enormous paintings. Look! Different pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here, together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere here. Or at least, there would be if it wasn't for the chalk outlining on the floor and the policemen scuffling about.
Not much I can do about that, sunshine.
Police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Oh, Mr. Windybank, he was a nice soul, man.
Well, he was shot once through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
Hey, take happiness in that, man. This must be the blood, then. Ah! I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
Blue.
So now we know the color of the chemical that turns... The chemical turns when it reacts to Windybank's blood. When it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the... It doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the other ones we've recently collected anyway.
Okay. Windybank gets blue. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, there's one thing that shows any sign of being ransacked.
Ah!
What is it, Iris?
That's the box file my manuscript was being kept in.
Oh,
Oh!
the unpublished story. A Hound of Baskervilles. Why does something feel like it's going to end up with Susato getting blamed, as she had prior knowledge to the manuscript? Surely that's not what it means. Is
Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling yous. You must check inside the box at once. Yes. Ah! It was there. Iris's story is there.
really it was?
That's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that was not a very well hidden frown. Hmm. The Hound of the Baskerflies files. So how did Susato know the exact title of the unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me.
I'm so sorry. Too bad I'm going away after today, so I won't have time to tell you. Oopsies.
Iris?
Don't worry, I'm alright. If we must, but we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely.
Is there literally anything else? I am not spotting anything else. Do we have anything else to ask? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe I do need to present some of this.
Is that what I think it is? Yes, your ladyship's penmanship.
This is my little story. It's called The Hound of Baskervilles.
A most fantastical tale, my ladyship. Fantasticking. I don't suppose There wouldn't be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time.
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see, I see. Why would you, your ladyship? I'll just wait this publication for eager anticipation.
What do you expect, Inspector? I'm sure if you do appear, it won't do anything particularly... you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You're looking to be arrested, sunshine.
Didn't mean it like that, and even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? This takes way too long, guys. Come on. There's got to be something else that I've not directly pointed out. There's no moving the room around. This entire time I've been able to move quite succinctly forward. But this time I've actually finally hit a brick wall. Okay. There's something I do need to show to the goddamn detective. Okay. This is so unironically annoying, but it's one specific piece of evidence that he could have totally just completely waved me off as, yeah, stop showing me stuff. Because, let's be clear here, me trying to, like, show evidence is actually, like, never really worked with him. Besides the small, like, the one script thing, everything else he said no to. This is apparently actually necessary. Not this one, this one. Not this one, this one. This one is much more important. Not the one that's got a bloody bloodstain. This one is the important one.
Inspector, what do you think of this? This specific one, not the other one.
What do we have here, then? A redemption ticket for the article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of stationery when they wrote on the ticket. Whatever papers was signed. Yes, and the ticket was on for Mr. Greg McGilded's overcoat. That one little driver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually, no, it's not.
Really? You think you know better than me, do you?
No, I don't mean to...
Reno's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't, of course it isn't. I never doubted you, my ladyship. So what is it all about then? If you might be so bold as to ask.
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
It seems that Mr. McGilded did in fact have an article of storage here in Windy Banks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector. God, this was so unnecessary, but yeah. This ticket was the one that, in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
Ah, you don't mean to tell me.
Yes, there was more than just a music box disc in the seams, it seems.
He could have insisted that the lads take him back to the yard and examined it properly.
Well, according to the details of the ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windbag.
Ah, yes, I see it now. It's written here. Small box, was it?
You have an idea what it was, Gregsy? Anything idea at all?
Another article belonging to Mr. McGilded? It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those turquoise eyes. They're full of hope and expectation. There's so much pressure. I lose my marbles, I'll go barking.
It's no time to do impressions of dog impressions, Inspector.
There's enough sauce out of you, sunshine.
There's one thing that comes to mind. Springs to mind. Only this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, isn't it?
Yes, of course. The article has been held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be here then?
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could still be on the shelves in front of the shop where the forfeit items have been on sale? Yes, the shelves at the front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There's dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. I possibly know which one might be Mr. McGilded's. That information's not written on the ledger.
Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. It's very suitable of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Dong, 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 dong.
Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windy Bank set such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set it up to scare anyone.
Is it really that time? I think perhaps I should go pay. We should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh?
It's her trial is tomorrow. We should establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Reno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Ah, Gina, good. You're back.
Ah.
The police must have finished questioning her then.
Oh, how was it, Jeannie? Was it awful? Ah! Oh, didn't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windy Banks.
Oh, right. Do you want to know how we got on? We were ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not...
Gina, we came to ask you your final decision.
What decision?
About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like, Mr. Naruhodo. If you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see.
She really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know how that feels. The worry must be so hard to bear. What we've uncovered.
Oh, all right then. Blimey. Give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. Come on then, fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know yet.
You don't say.
We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo, all of us know that you were innocent of this crime. And we haven't managed to And we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is. There's a number of interesting facts that we've managed to establish.
Yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windy Banks that night. I could present it calmly, I suppose.
We already have the representation papers and other documents we need.
All you have to do is hand them to the court record, the court clerk. That is, if you will allow me to represent you in court tomorrow.
Nah, don't bother.
Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would you? Them representation papers, or whatever they're called. The cell isn't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in some court tomorrow?
I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be.
Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom. A manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storage room in Windybanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. This box file that housed the manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of Baker Streets was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storage room last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what really happened, please?
Alright, yeah, the Baker's Bale's story. It's the latest Sherlock Holmes adventure, right? But it hasn't been printed yet. So I figured it's got to be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right?
Oh yes, at least £5,000.
What?
So you intend to sell Iris's manuscript, did you?
No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't going to sell it. I just wanted to find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in that place. It's for Iris' sake. Isn't that right?
We knew why you'd done it from the start. Gina, of course we did.
But we knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it.
Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before.
Grown-ups do a lot of worse things than that, believe me. First lies, a lot of them. You ain't realised it yet. Telling you, that manuscript ain't in Windybanks. You'll soon see if you had a look. I'm honest. I've wondered if Hurley's telling the truth sometimes. Something makes me wonder, but I don't know. I'm gonna go find out then. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you.
Alright.
I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris.
It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. It's just, I just wanted to know the truth is all. I wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Windybanks. Like I told you the night before, I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got a dad, Only she can't see him. And I reckon that's got to be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're all about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying.
Stories about Daddy?
You mean they're not adventures of the great detective? They're not adventures of the great detective, so much as the adventures of the great detective and his trusty partner.
Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look! Give it a rest, will ya? I hate this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I hate it! I trust no one, alright? That's how I work, because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scamper!
I hadn't noticed till now, but it's unmistakable. Right on right on both sleeves of her overcoat are some very suspicious red stains.
What are you looking at me like that for?
We're presenting some of our findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on your sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
You don't appear to be in any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could that blood have spattered from Mr. Windybank when he was shot last night?
Stop beating around the bush here. It's a trusted friend of mine. We'll get the results much faster than anyone else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot.
Apple. Oh.
Oh my.
What the? Get the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black cover of the fabric was hiding the stains. That's why we haven't been able to see them until now. And the blood reacted with a chemical burn on the purple color, which matches one of the samples that we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. The purple blood was Mr. Mason. The brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it.
What are you going on about? The victim? What do you mean?
It's rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. I mean, the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickbreaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed.
Oi! Would someone please explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story.
So he's wearing a different coat. He was wearing a different coat, took it off, give it to her, and told her to put it in a pawn shop for safekeeping. We can see now that the victim's coat is covered in Mr. McGill's... covers all over Mr. McGill's overcoat. Mr. McGilded's.
But the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony.
Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to the help of a fella bleeding for his stomach? I was about to worry about my gloves, so I thought I'd reach out and give it a hand. But if you look at the overcoat now, it's clear that the stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet.
No, if that really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat.
The only explanation is for the pattern of the blood is that splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried running from to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit of that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Yep, and he got away with it. Until he died.
Mr. Naruhodo?
That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped a man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony on that sham of evidence to prove his innocence. How could I let that happen?
Runo, did you really believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was really innocent?
I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
A lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-sama?
Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That is what we really have. Unwavering belief. Only then can we truly believe in our clients, what our clients tell us. Can we fight with everything that we have and fight for their cause? Fuck this fucking... Ugh. It's been a while. In any battle, can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Sounds like this Emperor of Japan you come from. Everyone must be so soft. Well, come on, look at the mess you've got you into believing in that boggart, Tottert. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, at least you've learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people is never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe in no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? It's just like... I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers to tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure? That's what you want? I bet that's what he wants all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over here. Don't forget it was me in the trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me that you believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, when it comes down to whether or not I feel like I can trust Gina after everything that happened, I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just tipped me off me tongue. I'm a driver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago, got you all into all sorts of trouble. Why are you trusting me now? I don't get it. Gina? I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to life than you realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who would never let you down. It's true that I'm a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? It's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away after after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like, you Eastern lot of I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think. Ugh. Grizzly. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping on is the height of a coward. Miss Susato? Someone is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What?
Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Suppose you were just using one of those mythic Japanese arts. Well, the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone's being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Get Grixie!
Oh, dear me, I'm so terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening to our conversation?
Good grief. Listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I assure you, ladyship, I only just arrived. It was very minute, not moment, no, earlier. That is nothing untoward, nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, put at the best, bye-bye, bye-bye.
That's a lot of farewells. Not one of them is appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, I wanted to have a chat.
Terribly sorry, but the time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency that the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will,
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart? Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway,
Alright, Grixie, if you have to. If you have to, but let's chat soon.
Delighted, charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. It's a lot of pleasantries. Not one of them sounded sincere.
Grixie's so funny. He's such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning over a 10-year-old girl. It's unsettling more so than entertaining. I don't find entertainment in that. Then again, I'm not really into anime, so you know, that's probably a big indicator of why I'm not. It shows up a lot in anime. At least it feels like an anime trope, doesn't it? But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Oh, the Baron has killed someone again. Oh, God. Must need to hide the evidence again. Must attend court clerk office before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato.
Kindly escort Iris home, Mr. Naruhodo. I will meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina in the following day. Then it hit me. I could no longer suppress my wretched feeling that it had been gnawing away in my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan.
Naruhodo-san? It has been a very trying day, hasn't it? I hope you're not too exhausted.
What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Holmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, and all the back of the news of her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage inside my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. One that is done. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for departure tomorrow.
One final task?
It's just 2 months since we arrived since London, but we've managed to establish an office. This office,
Ugh.
it was finally feeling like as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I felt no regret. If I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I've only been here for a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel like I've learned something.
And what would that be?
It seems to me that there's many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of those total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there's some parts that we'll never lay our eyes on, for as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, and that all those facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruhodo-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if this way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think that it's only been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what?
Oh no, it's nothing. Unimportant.
Do you know what time it is you're going to leave London this morning? In the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I'll be leaving here at 4 a.m.
I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You'll have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but
every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What's that?
Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of the Mr. Windybank's murder was of which Gina was accused is very much tied up with the omnibus case in ways that have not yet become apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this. And all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it'll bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said. Oh, ignore me. I've just been mumbling. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hey-ya! Yep, of course. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato-san. Well, it's truly been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, learning the truth about the nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played in my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Dots. Dots. And that should be it. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to have a little scene with the hospital. Yes, I quite understand. It's a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I will put everything in place, exactly as we discussed. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, it's been a pleasure of mine. Susato. Susato. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Yeah. My dear madam. And that is finally it. Damn, that took a long time to get to that point. But this should be the final. That should be it. And next time we'll be going into trial. And it'll be a lot more working stuff out and not just looking up a walkthrough to see what the hell I missed. But yep,
we are done. I'm not going to be moving on any more from that. Just to make sure I'm getting this correctly. There we go. All right. We are done for the day. Thank you for coming in and watching. It's nice to know that people are I'm starting to get something of a audience to some degree. Tomorrow will be Persona 5 again. And once we do this case, we'll be having a break from Ace Attorney Chronicles. I won't go straight into the second game of the Ace Attorney Chronicles. So this is going to be coming to an head soon. Ultimately, I wish you all the best. And take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.